Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Warden, for allowing me to chair this great committee again. He put the band back together, so welcome back, everyone. I'm calling this meeting of Finance and Admin to order at 9:30 a.m. As we gather this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the First Nations. We thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. We are also extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Connie, has roll call been taken?
Through you, Chair, yes, roll call has been taken and we have quorum.
Thank you kindly. At this time, can I ask for an adoption of the minutes of the meeting on November 16th, 2023? Feels like a long time ago. Moved by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, second by the member from Laurentian Hills. Were there any errors or omissions? Then I will call the question. All in favor? Thank you, committee. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? I see none. And we're shaking things up a bit this morning. At this time, I would ask for a mover and seconder to move into closed for the purposes of Stratcor to provide our organizational review update, personal matters about identifiable individual, and labor relations or employee negotiations. Moved by the member from North Algona-Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Amherst-Bromley. All in favor? Excellent. We are now in closed. Hi, Jamin. Welcome back, everybody, and again, apologies to our viewing audience. So much like the other committees of this week, what we're going to do is we'll do information items and any resolutions that aren't the budget. We're going to leave all the budgets for finance and admin to the end. So with that, I will turn this over to Mr. Kelly with his administration report.
Thank you, Chair, and once again, good morning. My report begins on page 6 of your committee package. One item for information, and that is on legal services. So as you note in your package, we have had a relationship with McNabb, Stewart & Prince for several years, but we've reviewed our files and have determined that there is no agreement in place, and we are looking to create more of a structured agreement with a legal firm to move forward with. So we have, at this point, I've provided notice to Mr. Dave Stewart from the same firm that we will be launching an RFP or an RFT in the weeks to follow, of which they are more than welcome to respond to. It's not necessarily about any relationship. We're just trying to formalize the process for which we seek legal services. Now, we will note many departments seek certain legal expertise from different legal firms. So upon review of this RFP, we will discuss as an SLT member what's the best path forward, because we all require a different set of skills for sound a bit like Liam Neeson a little bit, but a different set of skills for a certain project. So we will assess the needs of our RFP moving forward. So that is just a piece of information right now. Of course, committee and council will have approval of a contract moving forward when that comes to light. And that is the one information other than the budget item, which you've already mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Any comments, questions, concerns about legal? All right, then. Well, then we will move on to the information items for the treasurer report. Please, Mr. Burke.
Sorry, Chair. There is an addendum that is not, and just because it wasn't in paper, I have an addendum. No, I'm going to have it delivered to me. Thank you. I'm working off about 3 different versions of different reports this week. I apologize, Chair. Sorry, so there is another 2 more pieces of information. Item number 3 in your addendum is from the Health Committee, and that's on a renovation project. Just to make you aware that the Health Committee recommended the County Council approve a carryover from last year's budget to this year's budget to accommodate a cabinet renovation project. So that's just an information item moving forward. Item number 4 is an update on Roma that begins on Sunday with an update to all of the delegations that we have been awarded. So that is there. So we are just busy making up all the binders and the pieces of information, and I believe those who have been asked to engage with the delegation have been so informed, and we will update you as we go with the speaking notes later today or tomorrow. And there is a resolution that, gosh, I wish the warden was here to talk to as a member of AMO. However, in his absence, we can read the resolution, or you can do the information items now, or do the resolution. It's up to you. Okay.
Okay, so the 2 information items, any comments, questions, concerns? I understand that Ms. Dombrowski is sending out, you're going to do somewhat of a calendar. Okay, the one thing I forgot to tell you, Gwen, is that, boy, habits die hard, eh? There is a Roma hospitality suite on Saturday night from 7 till 10. I don't have the coordinates of it, but follow the very loud voices, I guess, in the Sheraton. And I did say, everybody, that we are having a Zone 6 meeting, or Zone 6, sort of a meet and greet and just a review of 2023 at 11:30 on Sunday morning, and that is in Sheraton Room E, which also Gwen will be sending out. So just a reminder. Anything further? Okay, yeah, you might as well go on to the resolution.
Thank you, Chair. So the resolution is stemming from an AMO policy update that was circulated, and I believe most of your municipalities have received it. But with that, the recommendation is that the Finance and Administration Committee recommends to County Council that the County of Renfrew supports the following resolution from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, or AMO. Whereas current provincial municipal fiscal arrangements are undermining Ontario's economic prosperity and quality of life, whereas nearly a third of municipal spending in Ontario is for services in areas of provincial responsibility, and expenditures are outpacing provincial contributions by nearly $4 billion a year. Whereas municipal revenues, such as property taxes, do not grow with the economy or inflation. Whereas unprecedented population and housing growth will require significant investments in municipal infrastructure, whereas municipalities are being asked to take on complex health and social challenges like homelessness, supporting asylum seekers, and addressing the mental health and addiction crises. Whereas inflation, rising interest rates, and provincial policy decisions are sharply constraining municipal fiscal capacity. Whereas property taxpayers, including people on fixed incomes and small businesses, can't afford to subsidize income redistribution programs for those most in need, whereas the province can and should invest more in the prosperity of communities, and whereas municipalities and the provincial government have a strong history of collaboration. Therefore, be it resolved that the province of Ontario commit to undertaking with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario a comprehensive social and economic prosperity review to promote the stability and sustainability of municipal finances across Ontario.
Thank you. I'll ask for a mover and seconder, please, to get it on the floor. Moved by the member from North Elgin Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. Discussion. Member from Aviston Bromley, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to, well, I suppose to committee, but to Mr. Kelly directly. On page 3 of the addendum, it is the second from the top preamble clause with respect to municipal revenues not growing with the economy. We have, I'm not certain when it was, it might have been on the share, I can't remember what that was called, initiative, but ultimately
Local
AMO
share
has been discussing, thank you, AMO has been discussing for a number of years the lack of a broader set of tools that are available to municipalities. I know even the City of Toronto has more revenue streams available than I think any of the other provinces or the other municipalities that don't have their own act. I'm a little disappointed that that's not actually in here. Because that has been one of the biggest constraints, is that we are limited as to our revenue streams. If this is the one that is being circulated now to across the province ultimately for support, I'm going to be in support of this, but that was disappointing because I know that they put a great deal of effort into reporting on some of the additional revenue streams that they have been advocating for with the province.
I don't want to speak for the warden or for AMO for that matter, but I think that the local share has been turned down so many times. And in fact, just at the last either Roma or AMO conference at AMO, I actually asked the question of Minister Bethlen Falvey if, in fact, they allowed Toronto to do the 1%, or what I guess they were looking for 1.5%, then they would ostensibly have to grant the rest of the municipalities. The idea behind the AMO report, which was in fact part of the last Liberal government, which was I think 2016 or 2017 that it was presented. And I'm not certain that that's why it was left out of this resolution, but I think that they've taken it to the table so many times. And, former Minister Steve Clark said absolutely not. He would never entertain it. I know that there have been finance ministers that wouldn't entertain it. The previous Liberal government wouldn't entertain it. That's sort of my thinking that and you're right. I mean, Toronto does have other revenue streams, but I think we put the provincial government on notice. If you give it to Toronto, you have to give it to the other 443. Thanks. Yes, go ahead, supplementary.
Well, I would say that is quaint because, of course, the province just uploaded the Gardiner Expressway, the Don Valley. I think perhaps at the next Operations Committee meeting, we have the director, we have the chair. Perhaps we could identify roads. 512 springs quickly to mind. That was formerly province. I see no reason why they couldn't upload that one once again. My intent here was not with respect to the local share itself. which would be a foundational change. I think it is supportable, demonstrably required in our communities, but that was to attach an extra point on HST. But even within some of the other revenue tools that the City of Toronto currently has, other municipalities don't. And again, this is perhaps more rant than question, but I am disappointed that that was not one of the preamble clauses, because that has consistently been the messaging from AMO, is even give the rest of us some of those tools.
I like the rant, and might I suggest that we vote on this today, send it to County Council, and those comments be reiterated when the warden is in the room as our representative of AMO. So I will, yep.
So what I would suggest is I'm absolutely prepared to defer, and I will in fact restate. I can study the YouTube. I can make changes where appropriate, that I could restate my rant at County Council at the end of the month and be consistent with that delivered today.
Please do. I like it. Yes, member from Deep River. Oh, he's going to have a rant too. I can feel it.
No, actually, I'm not. I just wanted to pick up on one point, just to add some detail. When this resolution coming from AMO spoke to infrastructure to support housing, a recent study that FCM just created was that for every house that's built, there's corresponding $107,000 of municipal infrastructure that has to go along with that. So if you look at the target of 5.8 million homes over the next, whatever that time frame is, it's a shortfall of $600 billion in infrastructure funding that local municipalities do not have. And this resolution is consistent with FCM's advocacy on to the federal government, calling on the federal government for a new municipal growth framework that would give municipalities the tools, the financial tools to assist us in moving forward in providing the services that all of our residents need. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's very important information to have, but you might as well have just said $1 gazillion. I mean, that's an outrageous number, 600 billion.
And that's just to support the housing growth.
Right.
That's not the infrastructure deficit that all municipalities currently have. So,
wow.
Dedicated infrastructure funding.
Wow. Okay. Anything further on the resolution? Then I will call the question. All in favor? Thank you. And now we can move on. My apologies, Craig. I knew that there was an addendum, and I just decided to ignore you, apparently. All right, Mr. Burke, take it away.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, committee. The corporate services report begins on page 22. The first information item is an update to the CRA mileage rates, which are updated annually, and all mileage reimbursements paid out by the county for the 2024 year will comply with these rates. Information item number 2 is an update on our insurance rates. And at the time of printing, this was correct, but late last night, our insurance renewal did come through. So I can provide an update that the proposed increase from last year is a 8% increase year over year, which in amongst our peers is very good news. And on the whole, the increase is actually much better at about 5% for general liability and vehicle insurance and property insurance. However, medical malpractice insurance continues to be our biggest issue, and that is increasing 38% over the prior year premium. Information item number 3 is the MPAC funding requirement. We have received that letter and it is attached, and the increase of 2% over the 2023 year is built into your budget. Item number 4 is the Renfrew County District Health Unit funding requirement, an increase of 10% over the prior year, and that is also built into your budget as presented. Item number 5, for your information, is the Board of Health remuneration as provided to the members of County Council who sit on the Board of Health for the 2023 year. Item number 6 is Appendix 5 in your package, and that is a letter from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, just remarking on our 2022 FIR. And again, we have one item that they continue to highlight as moderate risk, and that is that our infrastructure appears to be aging faster than its replacement is being undertaken. That's really what that indicator is trying to say. Item number 7, and the manager of POA is behind me for any questions. Just a comment on the POA workload, and you can note that the number of charges received and fines processed is significantly down over last year, which was already a slow year to begin with. Item number 8 is a bit of a good news story. Again, Ashley behind me can speak to it, but the backlog for our provincial offences courts appear to be easing, mostly in part because we have been granted an additional court sitting on the 3rd Friday of each month, and we're more or less in line with, I would say we're okay now, and that we're going to drop this metric to a quarterly metric from here on out unless it becomes a concern again. And with that, we are at resolution, so I'll stop there.
Yes. Thanks, Ann. Information item number 1, the CRA mileage rates. Number 2 are insurance rates. And I know 8% feels like sticker shock, but it certainly is lower than some of our colleagues. Number 3, MPAC. I'm not pleased about this. I'm not, maybe they should do reassessments before they ask us for higher levies. That's just my editorial. Number 4, our CDHU funding requirements. Number 5, the statement of remuneration for those of us on the health unit. Number 6, MMAH for FIRs that are always 18 months in backlog. Member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I will preface this with certainly if this is something that may come back to a future committee meeting, because it's a little bit in the weeds, but I am kind of curious. So we just on November 9th went through a very extensive review of assets within the county of Renfrew. I do note that we have a substantial challenge with respect to community housing. But outside of that, I think from a general perspective, we were advancing on the condition index enterprise-wide. So I'm somewhat, although again, this is 2022, so I don't know if there may have been some slight variation, but I can't imagine that there was substantial difference between 2022 and November when we reviewed our policies. And I do know at that point, with respect to buildings, with respect to our fleet, with respect particularly to linear assets, the roadways, et cetera, we were advancing on our level of service targets. So that's, I'm wondering if we can drill into a little bit more granular of what might be the background behind that somewhat higher risk.
I don't put a lot of stock in FIRs because of the time lag, and I know that's a horrible thing for an elected official to say, but I mean, this is outdated information at its best. I appreciate the scorecard and I understand what you're asking for, but is this something perhaps that we could ask staff to come back with? Because they certainly weren't prepared for that question today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I had indicated in the preface to my remarks, I do note that that is something that probably would have to come back to a future meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Anything further on 6? Seeing none, POA workload. Before I go to questions, I must apologize. I did indicate that the AMO rep for POA was to attend our Roma meeting in November or December, Peter?
December 10th.
December 10th, thank you. Unfortunately, she was on holidays, and we weren't apprised of that until sort of the couple of days before the meeting. We are assured that Bridget will be joining us for a meeting this year, so I'll have more information, and I already alerted Ashley to my faux pas. Member from Amiston Bromley, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since we commenced into the corporate services report, I have been frantically going back through my 2015. Unfortunately, was unable to locate the POA reporting at that time. What I was looking for specifically, as committee will note, these are the charges, and you are seeing that diminishment, substantial diminishment year over year. And I was going to actually bring this forward when we were engaged in a discussion or consideration of the F&A committee budget, if you will. So to put it into a monetary explanation or comparison as opposed to charges laid, you will note this is on page 15 is actually the POA section of the budget. And you'll note revenues, fees, and charges are anticipated or forecast or budgeted at $1.35 million, down from last year's budget estimate of $1.5 million. I think committee will probably recall over the course of 2023, there was some anticipation of augmenting fines with some COVID. I think I'm going to call them one-time COVID funds. I cannot recall specifically the name of that revenue source. However, as comparison, and you will note in the budget document, this and all of the other committees, the actual extends back as far as 2019. So what I was able to do is draw the budget workshop document from 2015. And I will note that in 2014, the fees and charges revenue was budgeted at 1.5. Actually, these are actuals. These are not budget, these are actuals. So the 2014 actual was 1.55 million, 2015 1.66 million, 2016 1.5 million, 2017 a low point at 1.4 million, and 2018 1.63 million. So once again, I was unable at this point, perhaps at budget workshop I might have that available, but I do note that I cannot make that direct comparison going all the way back to 2014 on the actual number of offenses issued by those enforcement agencies. But I think as a proxy, the revenues, the charges and fines are a reasonable facsimile. And once again, I am confounded at the explanation is simply that we have a much more law-abiding citizenry or visitors to our community, or in fact, there are fewer notices issued, because the other thing I would suggest to you is I imagine that there has been an increase in the amounts of fines and charges since 2014 as well. So it is confounding to see this erosion within that revenue stream, because it does present questions as to what the enforcement levels are relative to past years. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think it's good historical information to have, but I like your comment about, yes, of course we've got more law-abiding citizens. Is there anything further on POA? All right, so I think that we can move on, because it's all POA. Ashley, did you have anything that you wanted to add? No, you're good, okay. Then Mr. Burke will take it away to resolutions, please.
Thank you, Chair. So carrying on from a recommendation to bring back to County Council for consideration, a request from the town of Arnprior to participate in a brownfields remediation tax assistance program. There is substantial background in your package, as well as the request from the town of Arnprior. I guess, sorry, I should read the recommendation first.
Yes, please.
Thank you. That Finance and Administration Committee recommends to County Council that a request for participation in the Brownfields Remediation Tax Assistance Program from the Town of Arnprior for OVD Inc., owner of the property at 12 Thomas Street, Arnprior, be approved with the following principles. A total grant payable value of 75% of the eligible costs not to exceed a maximum cap of $1,121,750 shared between the County of Renfrew and the Town of Arnprior. The grant payable period being phased over a maximum of 10 years of development, and the annual grant payable be set at 75% of the tax increment, which is new tax revenue less existing tax revenues, subject to the establishment of and in accordance with the terms and conditions of the Brownfield Remediation Tax Assistance Program Agreement. And further, that the Brownfield Remediation Tax Assistance Program Agreement and a bylaw be brought back to a future session of County Council.
Thank you. Let's have a mover and seconder to get it on the floor, please. Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce. Do I have a seconder? Moved by the member from Killu, Hegarty and Richards. And a little background, please.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, this request came from the Town of Arnprior because they have this program inside of a community improvement plan that they have for specific areas of the town. In principle, the province also has a similar program running. The principle of the program is that if a developer is willing to buy a plot of land and do the necessary remediation to take it from a brownfield site to a newly developed site, the town would be willing to offset the incremental increase in tax cost while that development occurs. Historically, the County of Renfrew has not entered into agreements specifically for brownfields or into agreements that would favor specific property owners or special interests, in keeping with our desire to maintain tax fairness across all property owners. However, in the instance of brownfields tax remediation, staff feel that the presence of the local policy from the Town of Arnprior as well as the provincial policy warrant the approval of this grant and very likely the precedent and consideration for future grants countywide. And with that, I'll probably stop.
Thank you. And I'm glad that you did put in your report that, yes, this is going to create a precedent, and probably not only for brownfields, for any municipality that does have a CIP. So I'm just laying it out there because if this passes, I know that there are some of us that will be looking to the county for the same consideration. At that, I'll open it up for comments, questions, concerns. Member from Addiston Bromley, and then the warden, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am not familiar with the brownfield program. I have very, very limited knowledge and grasp on community improvement plans generally. As I'm reading this, is this an actual grant that is an outlay, or is it a waiving of taxes pending the remediation of the property, with the anticipation, I think that I'm reading here, of a substantial increase in the current value assessment, and ultimately then a commensurate increase in taxation available to the three different agencies, that is the schools, the local municipality, and the upper tier municipality.
Through you, Chair. So it's classed a grant because the property tax owner must pay the full amount of the tax billed, and then we would reimburse them for a portion of it. So it's technically a grant. However, it's based on the property, the difference between their new assessment, which is substantially increased because they're developing, and the original assessment of the property, which was a vacant industrial site. So it's to answer your question, a bit of both, I would say.
Supplementary.
So without burdening this committee, because there's probably going to be a fairly involved discussion will ensue at County Council as well, is it reasonable from my perspective, and I understand it's colloquially and it may not capture everything, but is it reasonable to approach this as This is a short or medium-term credit arrangement with a private enterprise that is going to remediate a brownfield and substantially increase the value.
Ooh, that's hard to say. Go ahead.
I believe that's the intention of the program, is to encourage a developer to work on a site that is contaminated under a phase 2 environmental assessment, and to clean up the site and develop that. That is the intention of the program. So yes, if this proceeds as planned, what is currently a vacant site that is environmentally impacted will become, I think in this case, it's a 140 unit residential build.
And again, and then we'll move
So
to the
finally,
warden.
and I was being careful. I'm pleased actually at the residential. Of course, we are operating in that environment right now of the very short availability of housing, et cetera. Though I want to be careful about venturing down the roads of these community improvement programs. If we're developing a policy towards that, is it going to be only for residential development? Will it be for other kinds of development? However, in this instance, given both of those answers, so that I'm presuming that the reason that this brownfield tax rebate program exists is because of market failure, i.e. these brownfields are likely to remain as brownfields, but for something outside of the marketplace driving their rehabilitation. Is that reasonable?
Through you, Chair, yes, I would say that's reasonable. That's certainly the intent. I mean, each property might have a unique circumstance. I can't say that this development wouldn't occur if we didn't provide the grant. It might occur in the absence of that as well. But I would say it's a significant incentive for sure.
I mean, the whole purpose of a CIP is to incentivize. It may not necessarily work out the way you expect it to, but certainly we've had great luck with ours in BV. Now I'm going to turn it over to the warden. Now he's forgotten his question. It's been so long.
Two observations. I think this is predominantly an urban program because it's the value of land, I think in Arnprior specifically, and the scarcity of land in Arnprior that's probably driving this. So that's my first comment. My second comment is, so the check for $336,000, that would be at the end of 9 years or whatever the time period is. It's not a graduated payment system where we have to wander out and check to make sure they've done a certain amount of work, similar to when I'm building a house and getting a cash release from the bank for a construction loan. So in essence, it's at the end of the project as opposed to us having to assess that they're doing something.
Through you, Chair, no, it would be every year. So the maximum grant, which is 75% of this 1.5 million essentially, that 1.5 million is an engineer's estimate of the value of the remediation work to the project, to the property. So provided the developer spends that money and at the rate that they spend it, we would, 75% of the amount that they spend would become eligible for the grant, and each year we would run the calculation and distribute up to that maximum, the calculated number between what their current property tax assessment is and what the original property tax assessment is. So it's quite a moving calculation, and again, the split between the county and the town of Arnprior is not fixed based on our relative tax rates. I'm happy to say that I think the town of Arnprior will be the one running the calculation for us, so that one less burden for me. But yes, it would be an annual item.
Thank you.
Oh, anything further on this item? Member from Killu, Haggerty, and Richards, please.
So that moving rate will affect us every year differently. So not only is it just this amount, like it could be up 50,000 next year or 100,000. We don't know that. We can't predict that.
The grant, sorry, through you, Chair, the grant would never exceed $1,120,000, $121,750. $1,121,750. Now, how much of that is paid by the County of Renfrew and how much is paid by the Town of Arnprior could change. But no, between the two of us, the grant would never exceed that number.
All right. Yep, member from Abbotston Bromley.
Sorry, just seeking some clarity. So in the discussion, I know that the education tax rates, the province does have a policy. So ultimately, the number that Mr. Burke was suggesting, it's my colleague from KHR, it is the 75% of the 1.495 million, correct? That is capped. That would be the maximum that it could be. But I'm presuming that that is not distributed equally between just the lower tier and upper tier. I'm assuming the education, since education is participating, does it participate in this one just under 1.5 million as well?
So through you, Chair, no, the education grant, while it is similar, is not part of our agreement. That would be a separate agreement between the province and the developer. So that would be over and above.
Thank you.
And in fact, they don't allow it. We checked when we did our CIP. And we knew that because we checked with the county and we checked with the province. So they wouldn't allow it. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, member from Laurentian Hills, please.
Thank you. So let me get clarification. So this is for the time it takes to remediate the land only? To a level where you can build on it? Or is this the whole, like this 10-year period, is this the whole time it will take to remediate the land and build whatever it is they want to build?
Through you, Chair, the 10-year horizon is the horizon as stipulated in the community improvement plan and the matching provincial legislation, that these types of grants not extend beyond 10 years. The dollar value in question is the expected cost of just remediation efforts, not to do with the redevelopment, I'll say, the building of something new.
Member from Abbotston Bromley, and then we're going to move on.
Thank you. So with my tenuous grasp, I'll acknowledge that on community improvement plans, but ultimately this then is not, and I'll draw in kind of that tax capping with the industrial. So our approach used to be the foregone revenue. So this grant is not a foregone revenue. This is actually a grant towards the proponent. So community improvement plans are the means through which would otherwise be considered bonusing, which is noted in the preamble here that the county has not heretofore participated in this with the expectation that it may be favoring specific property owners. That would change with this, but ultimately, this is what is in front of us is this project, but this is then opening the avenue of community improvement plans, and is that going to be something that the County of Renfrew is going to have as our annual budgeting with an amount set aside for our community improvement program? I'm at this point, I'm not saying yay or nay. What I am is simply so that I am understanding clearly what it is that is being requested and what the consequences thereafter may be.
Yes. And I should clarify, we did our community improvement plan in BV in like 2012. The province may have changed their stand on them now, but as of that time, they did not allow them. So I'll leave the province there, but we're opening a door. So if the CAO or Mr. Burke has anything further?
Not really, Chair. Through you. No, I mean, we've talked about CIPs, I think, in many years ago, and as a tool to incentivize either redevelopment of downtown or facade or anything else. But I think council at the time, or at least committee at the time, felt it was best left to CIPs at the municipal level as opposed to the county level, and that's why I didn't move much further. But again, you're not incorrect that this could open the conversation, at least for other landowners to consider same.
All right, anything further? Then I will call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's a tie. I didn't vote. Do you want me to vote? All in favor? Opposed? And that's defeated. Number 11, signing authority.
Thank you, Chair. I'll read the resolution. That the Finance and Administration Committee recommends to County Council that the signing authority for the Corporation of the County of Renfrew Bank of Montreal accounts be updated to remove Jeffrey Foss and add Gwen Dombrowski, and further that 2 of the following 4 names have signing authority: Peter Eamon, Craig Kelly, Daniel Burke, and Gwen Dombrowski.
Thank you. Resolutions to be on the table. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the warden. I don't think we need the background. We all know. All in favor? Thank you. And number 12, FCM.
The recommendation is that the Finance and Administration Committee recommends to County Council that the 2024 membership fee to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in the amount of $23,859.16, including HST, be approved.
Thank you. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from KH&R, seconded by the member from Deep River. You can see the background. Any conversation? All in favor? And that carries. Number 13, AMO.
Recommendation that the Finance and Administration Committee recommends to County Council that the 2024 membership fee to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario in the amount of $10,105.57, including HST, be approved.
Thank you. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the warden, seconded by the member from North Algona. Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. All right. Pension.
Thank you. Recommendation that the Finance and Administration Committee approves for the acting treasurer to continue to pay the Municipal Employer Pension Centre of Ontario, MEPCO, the 2024 employer municipal contribution in the amount of $3,529.84. There's a calculation by employee, including HST.
Thank you. Mover and seconder to get it on the table. Moved by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. Seconded by the member from North Algona, Wilberforce. The background is there. Any discussion? All in favor? I think there'll be a little discussion with your next one. Please,
thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to committee. So recommendation number 15 is that the Finance and Admin Committee recommends to County Council that the County of Renfrew supports resolution number CC 2023-303, passed by the Council of the City of Greater Sudbury on December 5th, 2023, seeking an amendment to the Occupational Health and Safety Act to clarify the definition of employer, and further that this resolution be forwarded to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Dave Piccini, Minister of Labour, Immigration, Training and Skills Development, the Honourable Paul Calandria, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Honourable John Yakubuski, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke MPP, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities, Ontario's Big City Mayors, Mayors and Regional Chairs of Ontario, Northern Ontario Large Urban Mayors, the Council of Ontario Construction Associations, the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, and all Ontario municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Bellamore. It was a mouthful. I will ask for a mover and seconder to get it on the floor, please. Moved by the member from Amiston Bromley, seconded by the member from North Algona Wilberforce. Did you want to do a little background? I know everybody read it and was shocked, but a little bit of background, please.
Sure. So this resolution is to have the provincial government change the definition of an employer under the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Unfortunately, there was a case in Greater Sudbury where a road constructor ran over somebody with a grader and they died. And through lawsuits and working its way all the way up to the Supreme Court of Canada, where it was a tied decision 4-4, but essentially it upheld that the City of Sudbury was considered an employer under the Occupational Health and Safety Act and therefore was liable in this instance. although the city had hired a road construction firm to undertake the project, they still held liability because they employed persons who did site inspections for quality control, much like we do here at the County of Renfrew. And the fact that they simply hired a company specifically as a road contractor and designated them a constructor, it didn't absolve them of being the employer in this case. So this resolution seeks to have the government change the definition or clarify the definition in the Occupational Health and Safety Act so that when we do hire somebody to build roads for us, that, you know, we go through a process to ensure they carry proper liability insurance, et cetera, as part of our tender packages, that they would actually be the ultimately responsible person as opposed to the liability extending to the county.
Discussion. Member from Abbotston Bromley, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absent considerable background that I am not seeking, I'm going to presume that the language contained within the statute provides for some ambiguity, else I do not believe this to be a just decision either at the Ontario Court of Appeals or, frankly, the very fact the Supreme Court didn't rule on it. It was a split decision, which, much like the vote that we just held here, doesn't necessarily give direction one way or the other. Ultimately, the practicalities of recognizing what a quality control inspector does versus overall project management seems very straightforward to me. It does seem already that there are multiple avenues available, joint and several being, of course, the most amongst them that is going to at all times draw into any of these suits the municipal sector, but it is disappointing in seeing this. So I ultimately, absolutely, in full throat endorse that if in fact there is we are being suggested that there is ambiguity, so we need clarity provided in the health and safety legislation. So I could not more support this resolution.
Anything further? Then I will call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Did you have a little nap there? Good enough. You are in support. Yeah. All right. Thank you. We'll move on to bylaws, please, Mr. Burke. Good job, Craig.
I'm actually going to carry on if that's all right, Madam Chair. So bylaws, corporate policies and procedures for human resource. Recommendation that the Finance Administration Committee recommend to County Council the approval of the following amended corporate policies. Policy A03, recruitment, and J06, return of service incentive program, and the following new corporate policy, A19, equity, diversity, and inclusion policy, and the removal of the following corporate policy, A09B, equality and diversity. And further, that a bylaw to amend bylaw 6303, being a bylaw to establish human resource corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew, be adopted.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder, please, to get it on the floor? Moved by the member from Deep River, seconded by the member from North Algona-Wilberforce. The background is there. Did you want to touch on anything? I know it's pretty self-explanatory. I know that this committee reads every word of their package. Is there any discussion? All in favor? All right. And the corporate services report as a whole. A mover and seconder, please. Moved by the warden, seconded by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. Any other discussion on the corporate services report? All in favor? What I will suggest, lunch is here, and we do still have the budget to go over. So I would ask that we take a break and come back at 12:30, do the budget, and then we will be done for the day. Everybody okay with that? Because we are going to need some time for budget, yes? Yeah. Craig's like, yeah. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Tina. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And I guess I'll turn this over to Mr. Burke or Mr. Kelly. All right.
Thank you, Chair. So while the recommendation, so we're going to talk about the budget, obviously, number 2, back to my report on page number 6. There is a recommendation, but I'm going to amend it on the floor a little bit and ask that the resolution be passed with that amendment. And that would be that the Finance and Administration Committee recommends that the draft 2024 department budget, along with associated business cases, be forwarded to the January 2024 budget workshop as presented.
Thanks. I'll get a mover and seconder to get it on the floor. Moved by North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by Laurentian Hills. All right, let's do the F&A report.
So I'm not going to belabor this because you've all heard me all week, but of course we have spent this week going over budgets, and we've had to make significant choices on moving forward with certain items. If the Finance and Administration Committee is no different, you will see today a large piece of work that thank you to all the managers, directors, and admin assistants, and of course Mr. Burke for putting this together. So you will be presented with a number of enhancements and a number of suggestions on opportunities to make changes to the budget to meet your levy target. Again, you've heard me say meeting that expected levy target was difficult. And again, this committee, we felt the same pressures to continue the business of this committee and this council based on the financial realities today. But as you've heard in other committees, I think it's prudent that Mr. Burke walk you through once more on the process that we will have today.
Thank you, Craig. To repeat myself for the fourth and second from final time, good afternoon, committee. So just to talk about the format you're going to be reviewing the budget in, this was, oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, it's working now. Sorry about that. So our 2024 budget guidelines. The first resolution on your screen is, of course, our council target of 3% levy increase over the 2023 target levy. The second resolution concerns your non-union staff cost of living increase. And if you follow the math through that formula, the number is 4.79% hourly wage increase over the 2023 year. Where we have union contracts, we have used that known figure. Where we have union contracts that have expired, we have made an estimate. The third resolution that is important for today is the carry forward from your November 9th special council meeting concerning your asset management plan and your long-term financial plan. And the discussion out of that meeting was that we try to balance our long-term financial plan by reducing our level of service or our investment in capital assets, and by increasing our level of funding, and try and meet sort of in the middle of those two options. So you'll see that that's been incorporated into the budget presented today. In your package, you will note that your budget has numerous columns. So if I can start on the right-hand side of your page, you have 5 years of actual data. So the 2018 year to the 2022 year, those are audited actual financial data. Then you have 3 columns to project different variances between the 2023 budget and the 2024 budget. Next column to the left, you have the 2023 budget as approved by County Council. And then you have that blue column, the 2024 budget, what we're calling the baseline, or what it would take to deliver the same level of service we're delivering today in the 2024 year. Carrying over to the left, you have a pressures column, or staff's choice of, if we have to meet that 3% target, this is the best spot we think we could do that. So I don't want to say that this is staff's proposal, but if we're meeting that target, this is where we feel we could meet it the easiest. Excuse me. Next column over, we have your 2024 budget with the 3% target. So that column is the baseline budget and your pressures column. And that, incorporating those two items, this is the budget that will meet a 3% target. And then the furthest column on the left, the 2024 budget enhancements, these are service level improvements that County Council might wish to consider. New this year, we have color-coded and ranked our pressures or our idea for where we could make savings, achieve savings, from level 1, level 2, and level 3. So level 1 items are those items that we can achieve relatively easily, and they are, we'll say, minor service level cuts. Not saying that they're not cuts, but they are minor cuts. Level 2 items are similar to level 1 in that they're items we can achieve, and they are minor cuts, but they are temporary in nature or one-time, one-year solutions. And level 3 items are dramatic service level reductions and hard choices. Carrying on from the CAO's comments about choices, this is what we were tasked with. The county levy for the baseline budget, that blue column, would have to increase by $7 million, almost $8 million. That's 15%. But right off the top, 3% would come from new developments or new growth. So that's new revenue to the county. We're taxing property improvements or new builds. So the existing property tax owner on our baseline budget is faced with a nearly 12% tax increase. That's the number we're looking at. Level 1, 2, and 3 cuts will reduce that 12% to 3% of a levy increase. They're almost equally spaced, about 3% in each category. And that will get you down to your 3% budget target. Over and above that, in enhancements, there is an additional 5% levy increase for new levels of service. The lion's share of that you will all be familiar with coming from a hub or a multi-departmental business case that may have some funding offsets. So the 5% is possibly misleading because staff have thrown up some ideas for possible one-time funding or suggestions. Getting into the specifics for this committee, so these are the departments or cost centers that report up to this committee. So there's a number of them. They also reporting to this committee is the general revenue to the county, which is the levy, the property taxes, and then a couple of other items that form other revenue. So in terms of expenses, this committee oversees approximately 40% of the tax-based expenses for the County of Renfrew. Most of those are in transfers to reserves. The first department or cost center we're going to talk about is County Council, which is the department that is set up to collect the costs for the members of council. So we have 16 councillors and 1 warden. And just a reminder that the salary increase for county council is increasing due to a recommendation in 2023. We had a report from an outside consultant, the Gallagher Group, recommending an increase to the council salary, a $6,000 increase, and council decided to phase that in over 4 years. So we are in year 2 of that phase-in. Apologies, year 3 of that phase-in. Funding flowing into County Council is an internal charge from the Ontario Works program, and that's to ensure that Ontario Works, being a cost-shared and partially funded program, that the costs for the governance of that program are shared by the province as well. And in County Council, we have 2 green level or level 1 suggestions for ways we could achieve savings. The first is to reduce the public relations budget by $3,000. You would still have a public relations budget, but this would remove half of it. The second item is to discontinue what we've historically called the Warden's Banquet. This year it wasn't so much a banquet as a performance at Festival Hall, I'll say. It was well received, but that's one of the items that we could not do in 2024. Moving along to the Finance and Administration Committee. This is a rather large department, so it has 14 full-time staff, and it includes the CAO, the Deputy Clerk, as well as the Finance Department and the Director of Corporate Services. It likewise, to County Council, has a number of internal charges just to ensure that the cost of the back office support is shared for those departments that are funded or cost shared. And the enhancement, here we have what we've termed an enhancement, something for County Council to consider. It is costed at $35,500. And we spoke at length about that this morning. So that is the business case that came out of this morning. Next department in line, Human Resources. Human Resources has 7 full-time staff, 1 part-time staff, and 1 summer student or intern co-op student. Likewise, it has numerous internal charges to recover funding from those cost-shared departments. It also has a revenue from the lower tiers where Greg will sell his or his staff time to lower tiers and recover funding that way.
It's something funny when you're selling staff. I think they're chuckling.
Daniel would like to correct that Greg is not actually selling his staff.
Okay. The other thing that's a little bit interesting in this department, so last year, as part of our municipal modernization funding, we received funding for 65% of the cost of a new HR system. That system is a software as a service as opposed to a purchased, we own the platform. So we have bought 3 years worth of that HR system, and municipal modernization funding covered 65% of the upfront cost. So we have provincial funding coming in, that municipal modernization funding for that program, and then we have the unfunded share of that program, 35% of the cost of that, which is approximately $32,000. The resolution that approved that program, that mid-year application and buying that purchase, said that we would take the unfunded portion from the provision for unallocated funds. A year later, the provision for unallocated funds is now partially allocated, which is an interesting concept. Is it an unallocated fund if we know what we're doing with it? And so I have somewhat through an internal transfer shown that there's $32,000 coming in from the provision for unallocated funds to the HR department, and the provision for unallocated funds is partially allocated. Next department in line, sorry, I would like to go back. I didn't talk about the proposed reductions. HR currently has 1 part-time admin assistant that is vacant, and that would be a level 1 reduction proposed. That position is, again, currently vacant and something we could achieve with a minimal service level disruption. Moving on to IT. IT is 6 full-time staff. They have 1 proposed capital purchase for a new computer server. They likewise have a number of internal charges to make sure that those cost-shared departments pick up a share of the back office support costs. And they have a proposed service level enhancement If I could turn to my colleague to talk me through that.
Through you, Chair, to committee. The service level enhancement that we're bringing forward is requesting some funding for a business consultant to help us move forward some of the initiatives that from our digital strategy that was released in 2022.
Thank you, Chris. Next department in line is provincial offenses. And as was noted earlier in the slide with, or the committee package with the statistics for tickets laid and fines collected, we have significant revenue pressure in this department. Historically, we've budgeted $1.5 million of incoming ticket fine revenue, and the county is able to keep most of the revenue from fines that are collected here. There are some portions of tickets that do have to be remitted to the province, but most of the revenue stays here. And as the level of fines goes down, so too does our revenue. So in this department, somewhat opposite to most other departments, this is a revenue generating department. So when you see that big negative variance, in this department, that's bad. We are not making as much money as we did the year before. Where in all other departments, which are cost centers, you would see the negative and think we're not spending as much. In this case, it means we're not making as much. So POA consists of 5 full-time staff and 2 part-time staff. It is also cost shared with the City of Pembroke based on population. And because it's cost shared, it has a number of internal charges going into it. And then we have a number of other cost centers. So the first up, agricultural and reforestation. So these expense accounts provide a payment in lieu of taxes to the lower tiers when we have a county forest property located in that lower tier. And the calculation is $100 of assessment per acre times the going residential rate, a bylaw from 1998. The other expense item in there is to provide a compensation to the lower tiers for providing forest fire protection to our lands. Again, it's $1.01 per hectare for forest fire protection contracts with the MNR on our county forest properties. As a level 2 reduction, we are proposing to discontinue both of those items. Now, this is a good example of a level 2 reduction where we would save money by just not paying you. And from a taxpayer point of view, it does nothing, right? It reduces the lower tier revenue and decreases the upper tier expense. The actual taxpayer, it's just a shift between lower and upper tier, but it would save the county money at the expense of the lower tier revenue. The next department there is the MPAC. So the county pays the MPAC invoice for all lower tiers, the provision of assessment services in the county of Renfrew. And we have built in the notice that was received and in your committee package today. And the other cost center in there is publicity and public relations, which is an account for corporate-wide publicity expenses that we incur. And we are proposing a level 1 reduction is to remove all county-wide publicity activities. The next department is called finance, financial expenses, and this is where we capture all of those reserve transfers and debenture payments. So it includes our tax write-off expense. So when a tax write-off occurs at the lower tier, it also writes off a portion of the county taxes, and that's where those expenses end up. It includes a provision for unallocated funds, which I mentioned. This is sort of a provision to allow council the ability to make mid-year strategic decisions and have those funded within the budget. It's essentially a corporate-wide miscellaneous account is what it is. We have debenture payments, 3 running so far. So one that ends in 2028, one that ends in 2030, and one that hasn't begun yet. It's in the construction loan phase for Foy Mount Road. And then we have our reserve transfers. So the gas tax reserve, the TCA renewal reserve, the Public Works capital reserve, the SDIP savings going into the capital reserve, the dedication of any weighted assessment growth also into capital reserves. And new this year, a partially enhanced reserve transfer. Again, the portion of that November 9th meeting for to reduce your capital expenses and increase your reserve contribution. Coming out of that meeting, the number we quoted as the midpoint was to cut $40 million from your capital plan over 10 years and to increase the reserve transfers by what we said was about 4%, or the exact dollar amount was $2.8 million. Try and get up to $20 million in reserve transfers. This year, that capital plan was built around our average growth of about 1.5% weighted assessment growth per year. This year, you have a lot more growth in the County of Renfrew, 3% growth. That is quite a bit for the County of Renfrew. So you've got a windfall coming in from the new builds and properties that you can tax. So the partially enhanced reserve transfer is offset by that increase in weighted assessment coming from new growth. And then we have 2 proposed areas for savings. The first is to reduce the provision for unallocated funds by about $90,000, but bear in mind that a significant portion of your unallocated funds are in fact already allocated to the unfunded portion of that modernization grant. So what this would do is, rather than have $300,000 for your provision for unallocated funds, you'd have $150,000 for the year. The second reduction is to get rid of the enhanced capital reserve contribution and just contribute simply the weighted CVA growth into the capital reserve, as we have done in the past. Again, that pushes the problems inside your long-term capital plan ahead 1 year. It's not really a solution, because when we looked in November 9th, we came to the conclusion that we have to put more money aside. This is just deferring that investment. It will have to be made up at some point. So again, just to demonstrate where we were in November 9th, this was the sort of the options we were looking at, and that was the plan, our combination approach, to put levy contributions to capital reserves of $2.866 million, and that was a 4% alone, just into capital reserves. This slide will be, again, familiar from November 9th, but we've changed some items to account for the current conditions we're seeing. So with the removal of about $40 million from your capital plan, your PCI target over the long term will drop from about 70 to about 60. The midpoint level of investment, so increased contributions by $2.8 million. Your debt strategy remains functionally the same, except I've tacked on the extra line that we may have to debenture some smaller projects to get the cash flow to work, depending on the year. And now the factors beyond the control of the county, so opening reserve balance. So we have increased our opening reserve balance to about $42 million from what we projected before. We know that this year our OCIF funding is reduced. It's about $400,000 less than that $2.8 million we're expecting. But in your long-term financial plan, such as it is, going into the budget workshop, we would say that would increase back up to the 2.8 in 2025. Not ready to accept a permanent reduction in your OCIF funding yet. Your weighted assessment growth, we know that the 2024 year is 3.6%, and then we would set it back to the historical 1.5 average. Interest income in the 2024 year, we've said 4%, and it's going to slowly decline out to the historical 1.5% over the next 4 years, sorry. Inflation at 2%, the historical average, and interest rates at 3%. That's the rate we were paying on debentures. So, if you go ahead with the level 2 reduction, and you only contribute the weighted CVA growth, the capital reserves, if we follow the current plan, will be fully depleted in 2026. This is still a year better than we said in November, and most of that's due to the increase in the start position of our capital reserves. If we stick with the enhanced capital contribution for the 10-year plan, it just about works. You can see our capital reserve balance it drops very quickly to that $0 mark and then hovers there for most of the time. We would have to play with the debt strategy a little bit, but it could work, provided those factors that we discussed were accurate. And again, coming out of the November 9th meeting, we had this discussion about what do we do about funding our growth projects, because our capital plan, as Mr. Perkins mentioned earlier in the week, is always predicated on replacing like with like. So what do we do about our growth project list? And the answer is the next steps are coming, and I think the warden has taken up that cause. So the next steps are coming in 2024, but they are not built into your 2024 budget. Moving along to the revenue side of the Finance and Administration Committee, the general revenue, so we have our tax revenue, our payments in lieu, which are functionally property tax payments, but they come from the senior levels of government. We have a special payment for water power generating station, which is functionally a PIL. We have supplementary revenue, which is mid-year tax adjustments that are billed out by your municipalities, the lower tier, and we get our county portion of that. We have our interest revenue, and then we have the former gas tax, about $2.9 million in federal funding for capital projects. Tina, could you just push me ahead one slide? So normally at this point in the presentation, Mr. Foss would have walked you through what do we mean by weighted CVA growth and how does that affect our revenue. And it's a thrilling presentation, and because I don't feel that I could do it justice, I have a video from MPAC that will hopefully be somewhat comparable.
Do we have to?
How do I push play here?
I think we all know what weighted growth is.
Property taxes are based on your home's value. What you might not know is that an increase in your home's value doesn't necessarily mean your taxes will go up. To explain, let's take a look at how your property taxes are calculated. Imagine there's a town that only has 3 homes, and they're each worth a different amount. The total cost to provide all of the town's services is $1,200. This is collected through property taxes. Each homeowner pays property taxes based on their home's assessed value. So we take the total cost of services and divide it by the total property value. This tax rate is applied to all the houses to get enough money to pay for the town's services. Each homeowner pays according to the assessed value of their home, and every 4 years, the houses are reassessed. Let's say all 3 properties have gone up equally in value. The total cost of services hasn't changed, but the total property value has increased. When this happens, there will be a decrease in the tax rate. Now, when we apply that new rate on all the homes, everyone still pays the same. Now, let's say another 4 years has gone by, and these homes are reassessed. During this time, the house on the right gains more market value than the other 2. The total value of all the homes have increased, which means the town has to calculate a new tax rate. With this new tax rate, the first two homes will actually pay less than the home on the right that was reassessed at a higher value. Since the cost of services hasn't changed, the town doesn't need to collect more property taxes on the whole. However, since property taxes are based on a home's value, taxes for each individual home could potentially go up or down based on the rest of the homes. So, what happens when the cost to provide services goes up? Well, it means more property taxes need to be collected from every home and a new tax rate is calculated. To get the new rate, we take that amount that the town now needs and divide it by all of the property values. The new rate is applied to all the homes, and now everyone has to pay the new tax amount to continue to fund the town's services. So, let's review. 1. Property taxes are based on the assessed value of a home. If all assessments go up equally, everyone pays the same. 2. If all assessments do not go up equally, there's a redistribution of the tax. 3. If the town's cost to provide services increases, the municipality may choose to increase the tax rate. When this happens, everyone pays their share of that increase. And that explains the relationship between property value and property taxes.
Video brought to you by Schoolhouse Rocks. Conjunction Junction, what's your function? Are you done?
Thank you, Chair. So I present that video to try and combat the thing we still hear in the community that the municipality is suffering because there has been no MPAC reassessment. And the MPAC reassessment is not a revenue tool to us. It is a tax fairness tool to the property owner. But from a County of Renfrew point of view, what your house is assessed at doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is how much do I have to collect to provide the service. How that gets applied to the property tax base is a fairness issue, but not a revenue issue. What is a revenue issue and wasn't in the video was what happens when instead of 3 houses, someone built a 4th house next to it. And then you get now we can collect more money without doing anything to the existing property tax base rates. And in 2024, that 4th house is 3.06%, or for every 100 houses, someone built 3 more. Quite an astounding growth rate. And you can see from the chart there that goes back to the early 2000s anyways, the highest by a wide margin, certainly over the history that I've been tracking. So, at the beginning of the presentation, we started talking about this 12% tax rate for our baseline budget. What does that mean for $100,000 of assessment? It's about $430. It's quite a small number. What does that mean for the average house? So for the average house, that means that the county portion of their property tax bill would rise from $800 a year to $895 a year. It's a $92 increase. If you were to accept all those green reductions, the level 1 reductions, the average house would pay $65 more. If you were to accept all the green and orange reductions, level 1 and 2, the average house would pay $44 more. If you were to accept all of the reductions proposed, you would get to your 3% levy increase, and the average house would pay $23 more. Over and above that, all of those enhancements talked about through all committees, if we were to apply them all to the property tax base, it would add $37 to the average household's tax. And thrown in here is the lion's share of your enhancements. I think this slide is familiar to everyone who sat on another committee, talked about at length. This is just brought here for an information item and to discuss, I suppose, I should mention, the possible funding. So countywide, there's some $2.5 million proposed enhancements. $2 million of it, or the lion's share, is this enhancement. And we have enough reserves to potentially run most of it for a year or slightly more than a year. So there are options to be discussed next week about how we could start all or a part of this without putting it onto the taxpayer right away, but also to highlight that we probably can't run it indefinitely without some type of tax or provincial funding support.
Thanks, Daniel. Yeah, and for the purposes of this Finance and Admin Committee, I'd love to keep it just to our portion. I appreciate the information. I think most of us have seen it, and definitely worth a very large discussion next week. But we'll go through the different faculties in our department. Number one is members of council. Any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, member from Amiston Bromley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious, while the presentation was ongoing, I went back to some previous budget workshops. Were the service awards always funded through the Warden's Banquet?
No.
No, the service awards were through you, Chair.
Yeah.
Service awards have, through the HR department, there is another budget line item. Last year, of course, was an enhancement, so we used the service awards dollars, and we may have tapped one other COVID-related budget if we had an overrun. We still are assessing, obviously, the values and doing the paperwork in the end. For staff appreciation as part of the COVID funds that we're allowed to tap for those purposes. So the Warden's Banquet.
Yeah, I removed the Warden's Banquet in 2017.
It was.
And it's never been resurrected.
Actually, if I may, I think this is showing that it was budgeted in 2023.
And then taken away.
The reason that I'm assuming that what we're showing within this year's budget that is saying this is the 2023 budget, and you will note on page 4 of the PowerPoint, it does show in the 2023 budget a $10,000 allocation to the Warden's Banquet. So presumably if it is there as of 2023, it was not removed in 2023. Where I'm getting at is in the presentation, I believe I understood Mr. Burke to suggest that that was the source of the funding for the November event at Festival Hall. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So the Warden's Banquet, this is not the first time we have offered to or actually successfully cut it, and it did come back post-COVID. This 2023 year, so last year, sorry, we did in fact run it, though a bit in a modified format. It was a show at Festival Hall. This is unrelated to service awards, which county staff would think of as a gift or a gift card for certain levels of service. And those particular awards are absorbed into the budget, which the staff member relates to. So if a finance person had achieved a 5-year award, it would be expensed in the finance department.
If I may, though, there formerly was a banquet. Right up until the COVID, there was an annual banquet that was associated with that, where at which there were the service awards presentation. There was a table of items that had been assigned to the various departments, et cetera, the long service recognition, the retirements, et cetera. But that was done the last several years. It was at the Germania Club. Was that funded through the Warden's Banquet in those years, or was that also perceived as an extension of the service awards, which was the provision of a banquet?
Okay, they were two different things. The Warden's Banquet, which was started by former Warden Bob Sweet, is not the same as the service awards. They were two different evenings. Completely different.
They were indeed, and in fact, I think the last Warden's Banquet that may have happened was prior to my even becoming elected to county council, at which Jack Wilson's retirement from municipal office was being celebrated with Warden Emo as the warden at that time. I do not believe there's been a warden's banquet since. What I am saying is there was always a banquet with the service awards right up until COVID. At COVID, of course, it became inappropriate to have an in-person celebration of that, but that was my understanding when we returned to a modified format in November of this year, that it was utilizing however we formerly funded the service awards banquet. The reason it is not my intent to conflate the two. What I am responding to is Mr. Burke's suggestion that in 2023 the Warden's Banquet Fund was utilized to finance that service awards event at Festival Hall.
The last Warden's Banquet, by the way, was 2016.
Through you, Chair. Yes, so sorry, I don't believe the current staff here ever, none of us are long service enough to remember the service awards banquet, so we've only ever known the one, what we'll call the Warden's Banquet on the budget, but it would have, I guess, from your point of view, been a service awards banquet and not whatever happened in 2016, but
Chair, I went to one or two of them. I recall there was a budget, but I believe that the HR department at the time had a line item in there. There's the gifts as well, or the gifts, service awards, gifts, and there was an additional amount in the HR thing. It's not. I don't know where it was. The only word that's coming to me is buried. You know where it was allocated in the line. I don't know where that is, and I'm looking at the HR department right now to see where that is allocated to. I'm unaware where that sits because we pay it out. I just don't know what line item it comes out of.
What I can speak to here, Chair, is that a number of years ago when we were doing, you're talking about the table of gifts for each length of service. So we modified our policy to make it a gift card or a prepaid Visa. Actually, at one point during the pandemic, we had supply chain issues in getting the gifts. So we sort of converted away from that gift idea, and essentially now and this past year was actually done just as a line item on a pay stub because we had issues with getting prepaid credit cards too. So we've migrated away from the gifts, and that cost is distributed directly to each home department for the individual recipients, and that's built into their budgets. I believe, Craig, you're correct. In the past, there was a line in the human resource budget for funding the banquet itself, but since I've been here, I don't believe it's actually existed in our line item. I think during COVID, it was removed.
Okay, so I'm understanding that at some point it migrated from HR, and I believe even at the time of how we formally recognized this with the banquet, I believe at that time the service awards would actually have been allocated to each department, and yet the banquet was funded somehow. It was not then funded through the warden's banquet expense. It is now seemingly funded through the wardens, and I'm only raising this because when I saw that, I was in the same place as the chair of suggesting that seems like a fairly easy fix right there, but it seems like it perhaps is not, unless council wants to consider reallocating it to where it used to be.
Oh, Craig remembers now.
It's kind of this thought bubbles, and Greg just reminded me. In 2021, when COVID was happening, I do recall a conversation about the events and that line item. We all felt that COVID would continue. We wouldn't have it. It wouldn't be appropriate to have it. That continued in 2022 because we still were under lockdowns and whatever else. In 2023, there was a motion to, or at least a comment at some point, gosh, it would be great to have an event again.
Have them again.
And we found monies because the banquet dollars were there. I think we left that $10,000 in that banquet line item to put on an event, and that event did occur. But now in the past, I'll say in 2020 or 2019 and prior, there likely would have been, and I don't have it in front of me, but I'm going to take a shot at it, there likely would have been a line in HR for the service award dinner and a warden's banquet line item as well. So there would have been two, but over the course of COVID and rightfully cuts that weren't happening, those items were removed.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. The explanation is satisfactory. I would suggest that what formerly was considered as the warden's banquet is something that is different that was done. And I have no issue with that per se, except that I think it is more appropriate to recognize what the nature of the event is as opposed to the warden's banquet.
I think that's an easy move.
I'll point out the obvious, Chair. There is no other line item to host another similar event anymore in the county. If this is removed, that's the obvious. Right?
Beauty.
Okay.
Done. All right, anything further on members of council? General admin. IT. Human resources. Publicity and public relations. Agriculture and reforestation. POA. Member from Evanston Bromley, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was in respect to, and bear with me, I am trying to scroll furiously here to get, it was with respect to the agriculture. And I'm not suggesting that it is worthy of a change or recommending or resolving to change anything herein. But agriculture is a pretty substantial endeavor in the county of Renfrew. The county of Renfrew has a pretty large presence with respect to tourism. It has a pretty large presence with respect to forestry. And I would submit that agriculture is a pretty significant component to the economic engine of the county of Renfrew. And this is a token, the contribution towards agriculture in our community. So just speaking in opposed to that, but at this stage, not resolving to change that.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I just need to clarify through you, Chair, that the agricultural grant that is slightly different than maybe what you're thinking is on this slide. That's a $22,570 contribution back to agricultural committees in our community that exists in the D&P budget. That's the 22.5.
Possibly I am.
Okay. Those are the 4-H's and the other groups that are
4-H and
farm newsletter.
I
and a
just
few other
learned
things.
that the other day or a couple
go
weeks ago
offline.
that we contribute to 4-H. I'm very pleased with that. You, hey!
That is a level 2 cut in D&P.
Do
but
not
that's
do
what
that. Daniel's being cheeky up here. All right, so you guys had a good sidebar there. Everything's good? All right.
Yeah, anybody that needs an explanation, I now have it.
Okay. So back on MPAC. Financial expense. Moving, member from Evanston Bromley.
Yeah, we're moving through so quickly. Oh, there, okay, I'm on the page. I wonder if Mr. Burke, perhaps Mr. Kelly, I'm not certain who is most disposed towards answering this. Can you explain why CCBF has received through Finance and Administration and OSIF is received directly into Public Works? It seems inconsistent, incongruous in my mind.
I think if you're looking for a practical reason, there's none. I think there's a technical reason in that if you receive gas tax funds, you technically have to put that into a gas tax reserve to earn interest. And if you don't spend it, then you have to maintain that gas tax reserve, and that's not the case with OCIF. Anyways, what it shows is that the gas tax money comes into general revenue, gets transferred to a gas tax reserve, and then gets withdrawn inside Public Works. So there's no practical reason for it other than I think there's a technical reason to have a gas tax reserve.
It's the rules of the province. Member from supplementary.
Okay, I was just going to clarify one other thing. I also believe the gas tax can go to other projects if the council so deems it worthy. It doesn't have to go to a roads project.
But we do have to alert the province that we have a good reason for it, right?
I think it just there's a number of eligible expenses that it can be applied to, And you, by resolution, the council made a resolution that it shall be applied to your capital works long-term plan.
It's actually that easy, because years
pretty
ago,
much
okay. Could
Darn near sure.
Okay.
But we can double check that.
yeah, if you don't mind, thanks. Okay, supplementary.
A couple of points, actually. So OSIF, we are, sorry, let me back up. One of the distinctions between CCBF and OSIF, while you can hold the former gas tax, CCBF funds in segregated obligatory reserves / deferred revenues, they are yours, they are assigned, they are your allocation. The intent, though, is not that you build them up. OSIF, on the other hand, does provide, I think, a 5-year window where you can continue to amass your annual contributions and spend it as you see fit. With respect to the allocation of it, when OSIF first rolled out, I think it may have, the initial asset management plans, I think, were exclusively linear assets, though I'm not absolutely certain, but there's been substantial evolution since. There are other assets with the County of Renfrew that OSIF funds now would be applicable to. We do not have water, we do not have water treatment, we do not have wastewater, etc., so those are not concerns. But buildings are now part of all of our asset management plans, inclusive of the County of Renfrew, and those are eligible for OSIF funding. I'm not disputing that a former council may have voted that these are going to be explicitly that, but it does create a kind of an inherent confusion, because right up until 2021, we used to have a levy line in our capital plan where $8 million was going straight from the levy into public works. Now it's coming through we made a change, a substantive change in how we were budgeting, in how we were presenting the budget to council in 2021. We're no longer, in fact, 2020. 2019 was the last year Public Works went from $16 million expenditure in 2019 to $8 million in 2020. That was because we hived off that financial expense. So now it was going first into through the Finance and Administration Committee, and then it was reallocated back out to Public Works. I note even in our schedule of reserves now, there is mention of it somewhere in the budgeting process of our Public Works capital reserve, which doesn't anymore actually even show up on our schedule of reserves. It did for about 2 or 3 years. Guess it didn't break through the top 40, so now it's pulled out again. So all of these changes add confusion each year to say, where did that go? So ultimately, that's where, from a consistency standpoint, if the expectation is these outside funds and grants that are received should be coming through essentially this committee and then from there redistributed back out to the business units, then it seems odd that we handle the CCBF in an entirely different manner than the OSIF funds. And from my perspective, is just to be able to, sorry, I do apologize, to be able to consistently grasp, once again, I'm using that analogy of the forest and not get lost in the trees. So I am recommending for this budget, we're not going to do that, but for future budgets, serious consideration be given towards those outside grants.
Okay, if we could just stick to this year's budget, that would be fantastic, and we can discuss others later on. Was there anything else on financial expense? All right, we're moving on to revenues. Obviously, the county levy with the growth. Everybody enjoyed the MPAC video. And other revenues. Anything else on the F&A budget? And you're going to review the, member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair. At the November 9th, sorry, I'll back up one step beyond that too. So I had hoped that perhaps the November 30th Treasurer's report might have been available for committees. It was not. Will that be available for the budget workshop?
No. Thank you.
Okay, then for this particular budget, that's not happening. But again, I would suggest that that's something that would be given serious consideration, particularly as, once again, 2020 was a benchmark year. We used to see a forecast of what the preceding year end would be. In this instance, that September 30th, we're 4 months now past since we had an understanding of what our actuals may have been, and I think that that is useful in budgeting. It is not available, so once again, Madam Chair, it is not germane to this year's budget process. At November 9th, the forecast was that the county, of course, with a lot of years still to go, or from November 9th, 2 months, the projection was $1 million surplus. Are we still, does the treasurer still maintain that that is a reasonable expectation?
Through you, Chair. Yes, and our apologies. We did note the several older resolutions that said we shall bring monthly committee statements. Sort of got lost in the many resolutions that are in the County of Renfrew history, so we will revive that next year. So at the November 9th meeting, I believe at the time I was saying a $2 million surplus in the general revenue fund, mostly built off interest. Since that date, there are a couple things that from the long-term financial plan I would say are material, or what I would consider material to the County Council. The first one is that $2 million will likely move to a $3 million surplus for the year-end 2023. Most of that due to a significant supplemental PIL revenue coming off the town of Petawawa, almost $1 million on its own. So significantly, I'm not aware of what specifically happened, but something in the town of Petawawa happened and they have a significant PIL revenue, supplemental revenue. So that will likely shift from $2 to $3 million surplus in 2023 year end. The second material item concerns your long-term care homes, which are shared reserves, so they are shared with the City of Pembroke, but as long as they remain dedicated towards long-term care capital, there's no issue there. And we discussed at some length in Health Committee a change in, I'll say, funding, or a change in the ministry's explanation of how we could use funding that will likely result in probably I'll say a restatement of our 2022 financial statements by about $2.5 million. From the September 2023 year to date as presented, probably a $3 to $4 million increase in home surplus. And we have built the 2024 budget around that funding assumption, but the opening reserve balances are not built. Again, those reserves are shared with the City of Pembroke, specific to long-term care. The third item I would note that's probably important for you to know, or concerning for you to know about your long-term capital plan, is last Friday, and included in the Public Works Committee package this week, Public Works opened their, I believe, first construction tender for the new year. It was for a bridge, and it was $400,000 over their budgeted amount, which was built on baseline costs. Again, one does not make a trend, but it was a point of concern for me, certainly, to see that our baseline costs were potentially low. I'll leave it there.
Surely love that. Yeah. All right, anything further? Yes, member from Admiston Bromley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the final, and this is on the, once again, it's on page 10 of the PDF. It is the financial expense, sorry, is it on the financial expense page? No, it's the next one after that, the revenues. I'm not sure where we're showing those. Actually, if you bear with me one moment, I'm just going back a page, or several pages, wherein there was a charting of what the implications were for the long-term financial plan, and one of them was that, in fact, we were substantially had surpassed the growth expectations at 3.06 versus 1.42, which is the new target that we discussed in November. That unto itself is generating an extra $867,000, that real growth, and I'm kind of tying it into the 4% dedicated capital levy. So given the surpluses, and remind committee again of a discussion that occurred on November 9th, wherein when we went through this exercise 1 year ago, we reallocated $1.5 million of capital into operations. If we have a $3 million surplus at the end of the year, not only have we covered that $1.5 million that we diverted, but we doubled it. So ultimately, the last thing that I wanted to discuss, and it was part of that charting as well, I recognize, I am fairly certain, though the Bank of Canada is not signaling that we have achieved peak interest, and from here forward it's going to go down. If I was understanding Mr. Burke correctly, I think the budget was populated for 2024 with a 4% expectation, and I think that is substantially low. We're entering 2024 with our RAG rate being 5.7%. We would have to drop 340 basis points by the end of the year to average 4. We are not going to drop 340 basis points over the course of 1 year. In fact, and I'm not going to predicate it on this, but I think reasonably, the average interest over 2024 is not likely to be below 5%. If we drop 100 basis points, we're still gonna average, and that is a substantial drop. 100 basis points, we would still average in excess of 5%. It would be 5.2%. So I think that we are, in fact, undervaluing what we can reasonably anticipate as interest earned over 2024. Now, I will allow that if, in fact, as per this discussion, the reserve balances that we started 2023, I believe, are $52 million. They have dropped $10 million. So that is substantial. We may have less holdings that are generating interest. I don't know if that was something that was built into the budgeting. What I will say is 4% is not a reasonable expectation for interest earned in 2024.
Then I would say, Mr. Burke, maybe if you could just, for budget workshop, not right now, for budget workshop, if you could let us know what 5% might look like, as opposed to 4. I thought you were being prudent, so.
I can actually answer that, Madam Chair. If you take the 2.4 million that were anticipated at 4%, it would be 3 million.
Okay, smarty pants.
Maybe if I could add, the variance factor for your budget, for me, the variance factor, so in the 2024 budget, we have included a revenue of 2.4 million in interest. Substantially higher than the year before what we had budgeted. I think at the end of December we have about 2.7 million in interest revenue. So yes, you're right. The budget is below what we would probably expect to make this year. The variance factor is what are the holdings as opposed to what is the interest rate, and that's where it gets hard to predict what you'll make in interest a year. It depends on how much money you have in that account. So if we follow the long-term financial plan through its kind of trend line, towards the middle, the interest rate doesn't affect a whole hell of a lot because there's no balance left for it to affect. So it's potentially a little bit low at the start, but I warrant the interest rate isn't one of the key factors as you get towards the middle where the money's mostly gone.
I understand on the projections that are there. The challenge is the real world experience is not, again, consistent with what we are forecasting. So if all of this committee sat here for their first budget 1 year ago today, and there was great angst, and yet we are anticipated now to have a surplus ending 2023 of $3 million. So, Madam Chair, if I could finish my comments, I recognize that as this plays out, and I have no doubts whatsoever that 2028 is probably reasonable to return to the I'm not going to use normal, but kind of the status quo that had long been established. I do not doubt that at all. But between here and there, it is substantive, and it is substantive enough to change the equation. And where I'm ultimately going with this is I am certainly sympathetic that we have received a single tender, but as Mr. Burke has suggested, that is not the year based on a single tender. I recognize that the interest rates are not going to be somewhat of a cushion for the substantial increase that we are seeing in expenses, But what I am saying is there does seem to be a prejudice towards substantial cost pressures without an appropriate recognition and weighting of some substantial revenue lines, notwithstanding on the long-term care there is on these supplemental funding lines, and we do have to have confirmation, as Mr. Burke had suggested yesterday. We need to have that in writing from the ministry, but it is the eligibility parameters that have changed that apparently we were unaware of. And if in fact we do have confirmation of that, between the very initial amounts, which were relatively small in 2021, but through even to when we had our Q3 report in November, over the course of the beginning of those funds, it's $6 million. So again, that's not nothing. So we talk at length in this room about the cost pressures that we have, and I do not deny that the cost pressures are there. But it seems that there is a lot more overweighting towards expense pressures than there is towards revenue opportunities. This is all I am suggesting is it is a reality that 4% as an interest rate is unrealistic.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Of course, our budget is less than a week away, so I think that we can revisit this then. Is there anything further on the budget? Member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards.
Thank you, Chair. Just if memory serves me right, did we not last year have discussion as under the 2024 budget format, did we not have discussion in regards to having another column for 2023 actual? And we had discussion in regards to whether we plug numbers in to make that final month or make it an 11-month column.
Okay, I think Mr. Burke actually already answered that.
We did.
Through you, Chair, there was discussion about a projection column, and the outcome of that discussion was not to have a projection column. There was also discussion about providing the most recent financial data we could, which I think it was hoped to be a November year-to-date statements alongside the budget, not necessarily built into it. And the outcome was that we should try to do that. Unfortunately, we did not, as again, I apologize. We will attempt to do that next year, though.
Thank you. Yes?
Just a supplementary. Instead of a 5-year history, would it not be more convenient to have 4 years and then the extra column?
I think it's been asked and answered. Anything further? Seeing none, so I'll call the question on the recommendation from Mr. Kelly. All in favor? And could I ask for a mover and seconder for the admin report as a whole? Moved by the member from North Algona, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. Anything further? All in favor? Is there any new business? Yep.
Thank you, Chair. There's one item of new business. You'll notice an absent Councillor Yan today sends her regrets, and in writing has asked for, in advance of any penalty or otherwise, sent a request that she take a 3-month leave of absence from committees and council. Section 73D of your procedural bylaw puts the onus on committees and council to grant or deny that request for her leave of absence. So I put that in front of you as a motion to, again, accept or deny that request for leave of absence for 3 months or until her return.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards. Discussion. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. So the date of our next, is there any other new business? Okay. The date of our next meeting is Thursday, February 15th. And at this time, I would ask for a mover and seconder to adjourn. Moved by the member from, nobody wants to adjourn? The member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Deep River. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you, committee.